Good afternoon. Today is Saturday. What's today? Today is Saturday, September 24th. That is what it is. I know how to read. Anyway, welcome to jjlunfiltered Saturdays. I have Kevin on the Skypes. Kevin, where'd you go?
Oh, I thought you were. That was on mute. I thought you were going to do your spiel first, and then I'll talk.
Well, I did part of my spiel, but I want to make sure that people knew that you were here.
No. I'm here.
Good.
And now I'm not.
Anyway, we are live in a different location. You may notice that the familiar background behind me is the Memorial Student Center at Texas A&M University. So we're currently broadcasting here across the way from Panda Express right there. Chinese food. Anyway, so let's get to what's going on in the news. Kevin, I think this is where I'm going to have to bring you in.
Okay.
So, for those of you who may or may not know, Kevin was not on our show last week. He was actually in New York City, where something happened last week while he was in New York City. So, Kevin, tell us from your perspective what you know.
Well, considering, from what I've read, the explosion happened in the Chelsea neighborhood in New York City.
Yeah.
And 5 or 6 hours before, I was like 6 streets away from that intersection, that street where it happened on. Like, if it if it happened 6 hours earlier, or had we changed our schedule, We went to an anime shop near that region, within 6 streets. So, yeah. So that's about all I know from it, because I didn't know about it until actually I read. I was watching the A&M football game, and I was on the game forum, the game thread, and they made a comment, and they made it. I think it was some sort of offhand comment about the Longhorns, and making some offhand comment about them, and they were like, "Not cool, dude. Prayers for people what happened in New York City today." And I looked it up, oh shit.
Because you were there firsthand. So where were you?
I was actually on 45th Street, near our hotel, eating dinner and watching the game. Yeah, from what I read, it happened around 8:30, and it was during the A&M football game against Auburn last week.
Yeah, as you may know, the Aggies did win in Auburn. I think, yeah. I was about to say they were going to go into overtime, but they didn't actually go into overtime.
That was nowhere close to being overtime.
Yeah.
But yeah, after what happened, you could tell there were more I don't know if it's New York City and like I was in Times Square the next day. I don't know if that was common, but I see like a lot more cops, like heavily armed cops around. I wasn't sure because of that or it was just like normal for New York City or because of what happened.
Right.
Also, I think that it was like the UN, the next week, it was like the UN General Assembly. And like we were like pretty much we were very close. Let me actually look it up real quick. I think that like we actually passed the UN on the way to our hotel, so we were like very close to it. And like one street down, they actually blocked it off, saying you know, like with Secret Service and like heavily armed, like you know, like police officers, like you know, blocking off the streets. Like that was where like the UN. Yeah, the UN is like very. It's like actually, it's like 2 streets away from 2 avenues away from me to the east.
Yeah. I think I saw about it about 2 hours after we went off air on our show last week.
Wait, when did it happen exactly? What time do you know?
No,
I think it happened around 8 o'clock at New York time, so it was 7:30, around 7 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been like must have been right. Oh my gosh, you know, it was like second quarter in the football game at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, New York City was very interesting.
So wait, where were you?
Let's see. I was in the 45th Street, like 3rd Avenue and 45th Street.
Yeah.
And from what I heard, it happened on like 6th Avenue and 27th, I think, or something like that. I'm not sure exactly where.
Right.
It was actually near. Let's see, where. There's like Madison Square Garden was in the same general vicinity of the thingamajig.
Yeah.
Oh, it's some 20. Yeah, so it happened in the Chelsea district, so it was like not really close to me. It was like 30-minute walk away. It was quite a walk away.
Yeah. All right, so that's what happened last week. So a lot of things have been happening throughout the week since we last went on the air.
The Charlotte shenanigans and the Tulsa.
Yeah,
shootings.
Charlotte was in highlights recently. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Keith Lamont Scott was shot and killed by police in Charlotte, North Carolina. Pretty much there's been protests. It started off with a pair of days of riots. They were turning peaceful on the 3rd and 4th day, or 3rd and 4th night. Last night and the night before, they were more peaceful. Hillary Clinton was supposed to go to Charlotte. Looks like she suspended her trip. Let's see.
That's not really going to help the detractors about her health.
Do what?
People who are like going on because of her health, that's not going to help.
Yeah. Uh, the Scott family, and the attorneys released a video footage, like cell phone video footage of Keith Lamont Scott, being pulled over by police. Uh, you hear the shots go out. You don't actually see anything. Like, you don't see how it got shot, how he was shot, or anything like that. But yeah. So the most recent news on it from the Washington Post. Usually bustling at this time of year, the Queen City remains in a suspended state 5 days after the death of a black man shot by police sparked days of protests. Many stores in downtown Charlotte have been closed since violent demonstrations scared the city Tuesday evening, and even those that are open are seeing little business or closing early. Late Friday evening, Jane and Robert Clarkson sat on the patio of Mellow Mushroom Pizza restaurant as hundreds of protesters filed by. The restaurant, one of Clarkson's favorites, is usually packed, but the couple who have lived in Charlotte for more than a decade were among the only customers. They said it's as if Charlotte isn't Charlotte. Another day of protests are expected today as community activists the tapes of the shooting of Keith Lamont Scott, age 43. Yesterday, Scott's widow released a cell phone video that she had taken of the encounter. The footage shows what happened seconds before and after the shooting, but not whether Scott had a gun, as police have claimed. In the video, Rakia Scott can be heard yelling to the officers that her husband was unarmed. "Don't shoot him," he says. Or she says. But yeah, so in the video, and I actually watched the whole thing start to finish. Like, you hear Keith Lamont Scott's husband, or wife, sorry, Keith Lamont Scott's wife, like, saying, he's unarmed, just, you better not do that, that's not cool, like, basically saying, listen, he's not gonna hurt you, let him alone, stop that, she's basically trying to tell them to chill out, he's cool, but you hear I think it was like four or five shots go off. Like you hear 4 or 5 shots go off and you're just like, what the hell, First of all, why do you need to shoot that many times? I mean,
well, technically they could have missed that many times, but
they could have, but I mean, it's just one thing.
Well, didn't they actually find an actual gun next?
They say that there was a gun on him. The Scott family are not clear because they saw the actual dash cam footage, which they're not. They see they see the family saw the actual dash cam footage and they can't say for sure that they saw a gun or not. But at the same time, it's just like release the footage to us, the public, who would like to see this, so we can determine for ourselves whether or not, this actually happened.
Well, I think that the cell phone video that she released, people are saying that there is a gun in the video because you can see they were holding something. They said it was a book, but it obviously does not look like a book or something. It doesn't look like a gun either, but it could be because of the shadow or whatever. It's hard to tell, but it does not look like a book, but it kind of doesn't look like a gun either.
Well, with that one, and I looked, and something was, something landed on the ground as they were assessing Scott, and from what I could tell, it was like black gloves or like a black bag or something. Nothing even remotely close to a gun or anything like that. But yeah, I don't think there was, we're not gonna really know for sure until we have actual police video. But it's weird.
Writing doesn't really help their cause either, though.
Huh?
Writing doesn't really help their cause, though. Burning shit down.
Yeah, no, not at all, not at all.
It might actually cause more of the stuff to happen because the police is probably already on, kind of on edge already.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that. Here's the thing, and I'm gonna make it clear. I've said it in the past. I'll say it again.
You're a bunch of dumbasses.
Here's the thing. Some people think I use this word out of context, and I promise you I'm using it as the full definition as is defined. For those that are thugs, that means if you are causing trouble, I don't care if you're throwing a bottle into a building, burning something down, taking money, looting, stealing, anything that isn't peaceful during these protests, you are a thug. You are not helping the situation. You are only hurting your case. This is only going to get worse because you are sucking right now. So stop. And I don't want people to take that out of context. I'm not saying that black people are thugs. I'm not saying that there's a stereotype of thugs that are a certain race or anything like that. If you are causing trouble, if you are not helping the protesters peacefully, if you are doing something that you should not do, you are a thug. So I just don't want to hear this. I just don't want to hear this crap about, oh well, how dare you say that they weren't doing any harm, or they aren't thugs, they're just looting and rioting and all. They're trying to get the word out. I'm like, yeah, you can get the word without all this crap that people are doing, you know? So, unfortunately, I have to keep going and talk about one more incident of the same variety, this time in Tulsa, Oklahoma, directly north of us, is in Tulsa, female officer shooting and killing another man in Tulsa. The difference between Charlotte and Tulsa is that the officer was in fact charged with a $4,000 bond. And I'm looking at an article here from the New York Times, which actually is quite true. Betty Jo Shelby, the person involved in the shooting, is, females are almost never involved in these types of things. But as you saw, she was clearly involved in this, and I think it's fair that she with manslaughter, justice is actually being done.
She is? Oh, I didn't hear about the charge part. I just know that they were investigating. It seemed like it was pretty bad.
Yeah, because they actually released dash cam and aerial footage of that one. So with that one, there's I guess there's a little more transparency. But yeah, and there were peaceful visuals. Actually, more of a positive one, and turning a negative into a positive, if you will. There was a visual. They released balloons out for the man shot. What was his name? Terrence Crutcher. Terrence Crutcher was definitely remembered. She's coming back here. The deputy or the officer told investigators that she thought that she saw a weapon. He was others say he was unarmed. He was reading a book.
Wait, which one? Which one was the book one? I thought it was the one in Charlotte. The one with the book.
Oh, you're right.
I'm getting confused here.
I am too. Anyway, clearly this is starting to make more and more headlines, and it just draws back to the very main point of all of this, is that officers, sheriff's deputies, police chiefs, all this, they need to be involved in their community. Simple as that. Talk to people of their community, talk about different things, actually engage with the people of their community, and actually having a working relationship that We understand what cops do. We understand what citizens, are dealing with, and we're not gonna, we're gonna look out for each other. The bottom line is we all have to look out for each other. So so I don't want to hear Black Lives Matter or Police Lives Matter and that crap. Quite frankly, lives matter. Period. And someone's going to be like, well, what's wrong with you? Why would you say that? I'm like, no. Listen to what I am saying very clearly. Lives matter. People matter. No matter what career they're in, no matter what background they are.
No matter what sports team they support.
No matter what?
No matter what sports team they support.
No matter what sports team they support.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a jackass. I'll shut up now.
Well, it's kind of true.
Yeah, I mean, like, Yeah, no, I know that some people are Manchester United fans, but they don't deserve to be shot by police for it.
I mean, there are some Liverpool fans. Doesn't mean that they're stupid or anything. That I know of. That I've heard. Liverpool. Soccer. Whatever that is. Anyway, what was I talking about?
All lives matter.
Yeah. On top of all of this, a manhunt is underway for a man suspected of killing 5 people in a mall near Seattle, Washington. So a manhunt is out for this guy. Police are looking through footage to see if they can get a better description of this guy. Maybe associate a name with a picture.
Well, I saw when they were talking about it on text ads, at first the police and the media were talking about it as a Hispanic.
Yeah.
But then when they released the footage of it, the grainy security footage, Hispanic, he did not look Hispanic at all. I was like, that does not look like any Hispanic that I've ever seen.
He looks like grainy.
Huh?
He looks like grainy.
Who? He looks like who?
He looks like grainy. He looks like pixels.
Ah. I was gonna make a joke, but that's horrible. Never mind.
What?
He looks like, the security footage. Yeah, it looks like trying to watch porno on dial-up. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I heard stories about it.
Ha. China is a communist country.
Okay.
What? It's true.
That is true. No. Yeah, that's true. I'm watching soccer right now. That's why I got distracted.
What?
I was watching soccer. That's why I got distracted.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah, too bad it's not showing it on NBC because they have golf on NBC right now.
They had Premier League soccer on NBC Sports Network.
Yeah, it has it on right now. Well, I don't have cable. I only have over the air, so I'm watching it. I'm finding other means to watch together, which I just lost.
Watch Premier League on NBCSN like a good boy.
I don't have cable.
Well, get cable.
Why would I want to get cable for one channel?
Because you're weird.
Well, yeah, that's true, but why would I?
Just sitting there watching cable for nothing. Let's see what this is about.
What is what about?
Facebook post leads to Ole Miss protest and investigation.
Huh.
In Jackson, Mississippi, a racially charged comment allegedly made on a social media site by a University of Mississippi student sparked an outcry Friday on the an estimated 60 students staging a sit-in at the administrative building have said that they will not leave until officials take disciplinary action against a student who appeared to make a comment that advocated lynching the protesters in Charlotte, North Carolina. The comment, which has drawn condemnation from the university's chancellor and is under investigation, has been shared widely on social media after being tweeted Thursday evening by New York Daily News reporter Sean King. That's why someone has to be the voice
to step up against it and say, hey, let's stand for something positive. Let's show the world positivity when everybody thinks everything is just negative, that we just got destroyed. Let's show them what Colin Kaepernick did is effective. And it doesn't have to go into looting into stores. Let's show them we stand for a purpose.
The post was made under a comment thread of a video from the Charlotte protests, which were being conducted in response to the police-involved fatal shooting of Keith L. Stott, a black man. The student's comment has brought calls for his expulsion.
Well, I'm so glad that all this crap happened. I stopped posting on TechSex long before this stuff started happening. I would have been kicked out of A&M.
What was it? What was it? Students have gathered in 2 levels of the Lyceum building in protest of the school's response on Friday that addressed a number of concerns made on social media by, quote, members of the Ole Miss community, end quote. Chancellor Jeffrey Vitter said some posts encourage actions that were in direct violation of the university's policies. Vitter wrote, the University of Mississippi condemns the use of language that might encourage or condone violence. Instead, let's be respectful and civil in our discourse as called for in the creed. Which I'm guessing is their, like, you know, their, you know, don't fuck up book, you know.
Student code of conduct?
Yeah.
Is that what you're going for?
The don't fuck up book.
Ah, yes.
But yeah, so that's happening. Let's see what else is trending today. In our top stories, we're looking at
do you want Kevin's sports update of the week?
And now, Kevin's Sports Update of the Week brought to you by Aaron's Family Dentistry in Bryan.
Please sue. Okay, sports update. The Astros suck. The Texans suck. Well, at least Liverpool won today.
And that was Kevin's Sports Update brought to you by Aaron's Family Dentistry.
You like quick and to the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Astros had a chance to maybe actually keep their try to keep the Rangers from winning the division. Yeah, they gave up 6 runs in the top of the 9th inning yesterday.
Damn.
And the Texans, well, 27-0. Yeah.
Ha. So that brings me to my next point. How about them Texans? I was watching that, and I was watching part of it. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Which part?
I mean, is there any
The whole
part
game?
that you couldn't watch?
Well, I wasn't watching I just had the TV on in the background while I was playing like Fallout 4. I kept looking back, like, okay, the Patriots have the ball. They just scored. 2 minutes later, oh yeah, we should be having the ball. Let's see how the Texans offense is. And the Patriots have the ball again.
The NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti.
1080 Ti? What?
You heard me. The NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti. The rumored GPU from NVIDIA can potentially make the best video card, Titan X Pascal, obsolete, is now expected to be unveiled at CES in January.
And now here I am sitting with a 970.
I have a 980, so.
Oh yeah, rub it in, why don't you? Yeah, rub it in. Rub it in.
Rub.
Jackass.
Love you.
Uh-huh.
So, so one of our friends on the group, the Lost Children of the Rising Sun, are saying one of the heads of the group was like, he was like, post your favorite anime and I'll judge it. I'll start first with my response. Your favorite anime is shit. So he put a meme. He put a meme or put a picture to every. And I told him my favorite was Toradora. I said, Toradora, bring it. He says 0 out of 10 lollybait with a picture saying your waifu is shit.
Wait. Ow, hang on a second. Dang it, CNN, quit playing ads right away. Dang it.
Watch the CNN presidential debate of Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton, though?
On Monday. And didn't know what Aleppo was.
To be fair, if you actually didn't pay, well, he's a politician running for president, he should know these things. It's just like a city in Syria. Like, well, it's unimportant. Oh, it's just some place that everyone's bombing and attacking. So, the news article on CNN I was reading, they might have found the HMS Terror, which is like Sir John Franklin's polar expedition in in the Arctic. They're trying to go to the North Pole. The ship has been missing for like almost 200 years, and they found. I think they might have found it.
One Piece, 0 out of 10. Not even a great, or not even a real pirate. Outlaw Star, 2 out of 10. Not enough back support to lift this out of the trash. One Punch Man, 1 out of 10. Couldn't win against the Mosquito. One Punch Man, 1 out of 10, could not win against a Mosquito. Sword Art Online, garbage goes in the garbage bin, remember?
He's just he's just like a bad mouthing everything.
Yep.
Random.
Kill la Kill, 2 out of 10, wanna be Hill a Hill. Shrek, 5 out of 10, it's okay. I would recommend Shrek's Bizarre Adventure. No continuity with Shrek, so you can skip the Ergo Proxy, 8 out of 10, because main girl wants to be like blood on dance floor. Corey in the House, one of my only exceptions, 10 out of 10.
The one he likes.
Katanagatari. Anime reminds me of Monogatari series, 0 out of 10. Pretentious hipster trash.
Joseph?
uh, 7 out of 10, pretty good. I'd recommend its sequel, Dora the Hedgehog Media Investigations. Let's see, one more. So Redline and Bakano. Redline 3 couldn't find. It just shows a picture of a Pikachu like high as fuck. And Bakano 4 out of 10 didn't show enough of Best Girl with the 4 or 5 pictures of a train. It goes on, but like 40% of the characters are all flying foot deep in pussy. Pussyfoot needed a love interest if it's going to get a 10 out of 10 in my books. Then we went on to go with Girls und Panzer.
Oh God.
And that gets a 7 out of 10 as it promotes high school girls having large caliber firearms. Minus 3 points for no Sundara tank.
What?
The Sun 34. One of the ones are like, your face always looks like a scary. Your face always looks so scary, Panzerkun. Comrade Baka. And then a picture of some Russian word. So yeah. Now you know what your animes actually are like, and they all suck.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay.
And it is almost 1:30.
Huh, I got a mystery gift from Riot Games.
Oh, really?
Queen Ash.
Ooh.
Yeah, because they know I play Ash all the time, right?
Yeah. You totally do not play any other character aside from Ash.
It's kind of like Overwatch. I mainly just play Diva.
Because Diva is the best character.
Even though she's Korean and like there's Chinese discount Chinese Elsa, aka May.
Hey. It's alright.
You know, one of her lines is sometimes you just gotta let go, right?
It's alright, man. I mean, May says something in Chinese. I don't know what the fuck it is.
May's a bitch. I fucking hate May.
Huh?
I fucking hate May.
You fucking hate May?
Yeah.
She sucks.
I hate May. Grrr. Grumble.
But May loves you.
Uh-huh. She loves me and then she freezes me.
She just loves you, man. What was I doing? Oh, I was trying to actually capture the desktop because it's almost not game time.
What game are we gonna play?
I'm gonna play some Undertale.
Okay.
Because Bappy insists that I,
Finish it?
yeah.
Yes, you. Yeah, you should. You should play. I agree with her.
So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and switch that over to live.
And since it's a single player, I'm gonna step away for a moment. Be right back.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and catch up to where I left off. Eating spaghetti. It's actually where I left off on the PC version. Warning, dog marriage. I'm going to pet it. Oh, I smell something really good right now. Let me move my mouse out of the way so you can actually see the game. Oh, this guy's just plain rude. The Wi-Fi here sucks. Jerry lets out a yawn. Sweet. 17 XP in gold. Here in the snow. Don't know what to do next. sure what to do at this point because I can't really go around the other way. Click. Oh, okay. Got it. I have a brain. Because that's where this X is. We got one dog. Well, that sucked. Now I have to go back, hit this switch again. us are dog love too.
I'm back.
You're back?
Unfortunately, yes.
Ow.
So what's up?
I'm battling against a dog couple.
Okay.
Like, I don't even know what to do with this. Because I can't.
I'm gonna go play Overwatch.
Came a win against the dog couple.
Wait, am I on mute or am I not on mute?
You were on mute. Did you not say anything?
I didn't say anything, so you didn't hear the background noise?
I can't hear anything from your end unless you're talking.
I must have changed the settings on here, so okay, whatever. Huh. Oops. Football.
Football, your football.
That was mean. I need a safe space. We need to create a safe space on your show.
I really want to get past these damn dog couples.
Don't remember them, so I don't remember how to help you.
Haha! Yes! Finally.
After at least 2 or 3 losses. I heard the losing like you're feeling determination or determined or whatever.
Print out iMastership passwords. We'll make I, the great Pappers, will solve this conundrum. Then we can both proceed. Meanwhile, feel free to try to puzzle yourself. I'll try not to give away the answer. Let's see. Ooh, I just got this one.
Don't jinx it.
Boom. Well, I'm sure you will love the next puzzle then. It might be even too easy for you. Good job on solving it so quickly. You didn't even need my help, which is great because I love doing absolutely nothing. Darker outfits. See these tiles? Once I throw this switch, they will begin to change color. Each color has a different function. Red tiles are impassable. You cannot walk on them. Yellow tiles are electric. They will electrocute you. Green tiles are alarm tiles. If you step on them, you will have to fight a monster. Orange tiles are orange scented. They will make you smell delicious. Blue tiles are water tiles. Swim through if you like, but if you smell like oranges, the piranhas will bite you. Also, if a blue towel is next to an a yellow towel, the water will zap you. Purple towels are slippery. You will slide to the next tile. However, slippery slope smells like lemons, which piranhas do not like. Purple and blue are okay. Finally, pink tiles. They don't do anything. Step on them all you like. How was that? Understand? Great. And there's one last thing. This puzzle is entirely random. When I pull the switch, it'll make a puzzle that's never been seen before. Simon and I will know the solution. Get ready. Nice. Actually, that's spaghetti from earlier. It wasn't too bad for my brother. Since he started cooking, my sense been improving a lot. I bet if he keeps it up, next year he'll even make something edible. This dog is staring blankly into the snow, waiting for it to turn into art. Let's see what we got here. I'm not sure if the human in this is a girl or a boy. Probably androgynous. Okay. Let's go this way. Whoa. What a tiny doghouse. So I see the doghouse. That's a dog. Yeah, it's a doggo. It's the greater dog. Now I'm on a bridge. Well, what's the over? Across the bridge near Sands. I don't know what my brother's going to do now. If I were you, I would make sure I understand blue attacks. made to another save point. As long as we got hope, we can grit our teeth and face the same struggles day after day. That's life, ain't it? I can't remember the last time I saw a fresh face around here. Where'd you come from, the capital? You don't look like a tourist. Are you by yourself? That was cool. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Because you're only up there for 2 minutes. Mom says that sleeping can recover your health above your maximum HP. What's maximum HP? That's that. Read this side. Don't want to walk to the other side of town. Try the undersnow tunnels. They're efficiently laid out. Whoa, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. Okay, that was weird. It's locked. Okay. And then walk over here. Lock from the inside. Keep on walking here. Humans, allow me to tell you some some complex feelings. Feelings like the joy of finding another pasta lover, the admiration for another puzzle-solving skills, the desire to have a cool, smart person think you're cool. These feelings, they must be what you're feeling right now. I can only imagine what it must be like to feel that way. After all, I am very great. I don't even wonder what having feelings of friends is like. I pity you, lonely human. Worry not, you shall be lonely no longer. I, the great Patmos, will be your... No, this is all wrong. I can't be your friend. You're a human. I must capture you. Then I can fulfill my lifelong dream. Powerful, popular, prestigious. That's Papyrus, the newest member of the Royal Guard. Flirting? Finally reveal your ultimate feelings. Oh wow, I'm a skeleton of a very high standard. Oh no, you're meeting all my standards. I guess that means I have to go on a date with you? Let's date later after I capture you. So you won't fight? Then let's see if you can handle my fabled blue attack. You're blue now. That's my attack. Anime powder. What now? Whoa. It's a note from Papyrus. Sorry, I have to lock you in the guest room until Undine arrives. Feel free to make yourself at home. Refreshments and accommodations are been provided. Naturally yours, Papyrus. I got lost. You know what? You're right here. Wait a second. You're not supposed to escape. Get back now. That you, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Do what?
Huh?
What did you say?
I'm gonna head out. Oh, my bad. I'm gonna head out.
Alright, man.
Yeah.
No, I can't even stop someone as weak as you. Undyne is going to be disappointed in me. I'll never join the World God, and my friend quantity will remain stagnant. Really? You want to be friends with me? Oh, then. I guess I can make an allowance for you. Wow, we never even had our first date. And I've already managed to hit the friends and who knew all I needed to make cows? Supposed to give people awful puzzles and fight them. You taught me a lot, human. Hereby grant you permission to pass through. And I'll give you directions to the surface. Continue forward until you reach the end of the capital. Then, when you reach the capital, cross the barrier ground. Anyone can enter through it, but nothing connects it, except someone with a powerful soul, like you. And that's why the king wants to acquire a human. He wants to open the barrier with soul power. Those monsters can return to service. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. For this, actually, you will have to pass through the king's castle. The king of all monsters. Well, he's a big fuzzy pushover. Everyone loves that guy. And I'm certain if you just say, "Excuse me, Mr. Dreamer, can I please go home?" He'll guide you right back to the barrier itself. Anyway, that's enough talking. I'll be at home, being a cool friend. Feel free to come by and have that date. We've been broadcasting this live all throughout the afternoon. It's clear now. You're madly in love with me. Everything you do, everything you say, it's all been for my sake. I want you to be happy too. It's time for me to express my feelings. It's time that I told you. Papas. What is it? Or is it just me? Oh, shoot. Human, I'm sorry. I don't like you the way you like me. Romantically, I mean, I tried very hard to. I thought that was because you flirted with me. I was supposed to go on a date with you. Never happened. After all, you're very great. So please, don't cry because I want to kiss you. Because I don't even have lips. And hey, someday You'll find someone as cool as me. Well, no, that's not true. Well, I'll have to sell for second base. Oh, and if you ever need to reach me, here's my phone number. Goodbye. Well, gotta go. This is a box. You can put an item in and check it out. Would you? Why would you? You can't use items in a box. Sincerely, a box hater. I'm here with my daily report. Regarding you and that called your mother. Huh? You got an item? Yes, of course I did. I bought that item. What did I catch her? Oh, I'm good. I'm not really hungry right now.
Okay. Have a great day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like consistent. We go. It's like I would love to. I just need to take one. Would you rather go to Buffalo Wild Wings or? To be honest, this is fine. I'm not even sure. That's one of my favorite like college football games. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's save point. Didn't even know it. I didn't know we could do that. right back. Alright guys, that's it for me. I hope y'all have enjoyed this, watching what I've been doing here for the past few hours. We'll be back next Saturday. Good afternoon from College Station.